Over there on the right side. Dan all the way down from Erie, Colorado. Wow, Erie, Colorado. Just for funsies. At Bandamere right now, it's 6,100 feet of density altitude. Even winter can't bring you back down from 5,900 feet. Come on, perfect light. Oh, so close. Okay, not really that close. .581, 117 for Justin. 642 at 106. Comes up for Dan. As the next two are rolling in. Come on, perfect light, perfect light. Once you open the donuts, then they like just go flying out of here. I don't have any information on my guy in the right lane. The mystery man. Who? David Oler. Oh, is that David? Oh, okay. I couldn't see through the V down there. Bill K with a question mark? Like Bill's not sure, like I'm not sure. 594 times 2, 594, 116 for Bill. 594, 115 for Dave. That'll bring in the stretched out Hayabusa. Jim Burris. Oh, that's Kawasaki. I'm sorry. My sincerest of apologies. I was looking at the side of the fairing and it looked like a Busa. Marlene Wollison over on the right side. Marlene, Team Pink, on her ZX11. Marlene's tough. She looks like all friendly and nice and stuff, and then she puts a helmet on and turns mean. Jim Burris was swinging at donuts and comes up 11 thou on the red side. Then goes 584 to 125, 6 flat for Marlene. 113 miles per hour. Super Pro, come on down. If you're not here, you're in the wrong place. Super Pro, come on down. If you're running in front of Super Pro, then you're already here, so I'm not worried about it. Here comes Jim Welkshow. Over here on the left side, now that is a absolute street bike. I should have brought my street bike. Nah, it's too cold. I'm a sissy. Tom Patterson over on the right side. Part of that free bike attack on his Kawasaki. Wow, I don't know what Tom was looking at when the tree came down, but it wasn't a tree. As a general rule, when you have numbers to the left of decimal on your reaction, that's not a good thing. 571, 120 for Tom. Glenn goes 987 at 72 miles an hour. That'll bring up Sean Phipps. That's a stretched out Busa. That's rather interesting. The Busa's got like a squared off tire on the back of it. As a general rule, usually when you see bikes like that, or when I've seen bikes like that, they got like the big fat round tire on the back of them, but we have found Luis's car. We found Luis's car. Come back up. We found Luis's car? Card. Okay. Do you want Luis to come back up? Oh. If you were up here looking for Luis's card, we found it. Come back up. Sean Phipps goes 642 at 107, 617 at 115 for Art Engstrom. I'm not going to mention any names to like protect the not quite so innocent, but Paige, the guy who was just here, I don't know his name. Very helpful.
Tall guy, beard, Hispanic.
Oh, the skateboard's coming up. What's that thing got on it for an engine?
250 cc's.
250? Pat Marbeck drops the red light. What's that for? Oh, that's him? Okay. 10,000. That's 71 miles an hour. Travis Tripp. Out of Aspen, Colorado. I guess you're not riding a lot of skateboards in Aspen, Colorado right now, huh? I'm trying to picture the meeting where they decided we're going to build this. There had to be alcohol involved. It's like about half a dozen guys sitting around with a bottle of El Bandito Yankee tequila going, I got an idea. I got a skateboard. And I got a motorcycle. We can make this happen. $11.21 at 53 miles an hour on a three-wheeled skateboard. No, I'm not.
Excuse me.
I'm not trying to be negative, but doesn't the skateboard have four wheels? And that one looked like it had three. Maybe it had one hiding that I didn't see. What? How can I make your life better?
We need to put a little audio out.
Well, you need to put a little. I'm just talking into it, so you can do whatever you want to do with the rest of it.
I gotta get a little personal with you here.
Bruce handed me this and said talk. I said okay, I can talk. I couldn't hear it out there when he was talking, but he said it was okay, so I'm not arguing. Are we turning me up or down?
Turning you down on the live feed.
Oh, okay. The people on the live feed don't want to hear me?
It's a little hot,
This is just for the people on the live feed.
Screaming. Was mine okay? Yeah.
Hey, where is the live feed? Send me a link and I'll tweet it out.
They were supposed to post it on the Tucson.
It's on the website.
Yep.
Yeah. www.tucsondragway.
I said send me a link. They said it's on the website. Does nobody understand what a technological neophyte I am? I still have the thing that goes, "You got mail." Okay, wait. I'm going to try to find it though. If I can find it, I'm going to put it on my MySpace page. Then everybody will see it. Send me whoever's next. I haven't given away a donut yet. I want to give away a donut. By the way, if you haven't signed up yet for that, the Triple Team Challenge, it's real simple. 3 people sign up and go, we're a team. If your team makes more points than everybody else's team, then you get cash. And here's the beauty of it, because I asked this question. You don't have to tell people that you're putting them on your team. Like I could go down there and just enter, me and Bruce and Jim, and not tell Bruce and Jim, and if we win, I win. They don't win.
$50 ahead. Enter.
Melissa Citro over on the right side. 86 Fox Body Ford. Melissa a little early on the leave. How about a 10 light for the white Mustang down there? That's pretty solid.
909 9413.
I was asking if it sounded better. Just talking to me, baby. Okay.
There's the link.
Somebody create a diversion so I can go down there and steal that Tempest. Holy smokes, is that thing nice?
Indicator. Keyboards.
Ryan Newberg here on the left side in a 77 model. Second generation Camaro. And over on the right side, that's Andy Kadar. Uh-huh.
The link.
You gonna send it to me or are you just gonna show it to me?
Okay, I don't have
You don't have my phone number?
I did, but I lost it.
Ah.
Long time.
Kadar goes 798 at 87 miles an hour down to the old 660. 879 at 79 miles an hour for Brian Newberg. If we had an award for nicest Tempest, I think Kadar would win it hands down. But I'm going to wait. There might be another nice Tempest out there. I might not have seen all the Tempests. Tempests? Is it Tempi? Is it like cacti? What is the plural of Tempest? Tempests? I'll bring up the El Camino, Joe Guron. 69 model, 327. And the Corvette of Haley Bopp. Haley, who drove down from Chandler to be a part of this. .855, 84 miles an hour for Haley, 902.77 for Joe.
Get a hold of Lance.
Yes, and he is going to send him back up here. Actually got a hold of Wade, but he's going to send him back up here. Yeah.
Next pair rolling in, Denise Heath in the Camaro, 75 model. Gen 2. That's kind of like the forgotten generation. After 73, when they kind of like, it was like a half a revamp. And over on the right side, Blaine Meisner in the Fox Body Ford to the 408. Wow, the Mustang just absolutely lit him up. That's like a second burnout down there when he smashed the gas. Holy smokes, Dan Riem? I might put Dan on my three-man team and not tell him. 785 at 92 miles an hour for Blaine. Denise Heath goes 9 flat at 70. It's kind of like playing fantasy football, you know. If you put Travis Kelce on your fantasy football team, you don't have to tell him. Here comes Christine Fife in the pickup. Is that Lenny's kid?
It is.
Holy smokes. I remember Christine when she was like this big. And Dan Riem. Dan made the trip all the way down from Kingman. And I'm assuming he drove that thing because he drives that thing like everywhere. 1963 Falcon. Riem is just a Falcon guy. People talk about him all the time. They go, there goes that Falcon Riem. In Riem's Falcon. 788. 89 miles an hour. I think runs pretty good. Christine goes 933 at 72 MPHs. What do you think of the Dart, Mark Ortero? You get extra points in my book for having a vinyl top because I like vinyl tops. Well, I have the microphone and I like vinyl tops, so there. Jason is at Beitman and the 63 Chevy too. The first gen Deuce. 400 cubic inches making it go. If you sent me that link, I never got it. .748, 92 miles an hour for Jason, 828 for Marco. Mike Williams rolls in next in the Fury 64 model. And Rob Martin over on the right side. 74 Nova. By the way, if anybody's got a total Hellcat, I'm looking for one of those. I need a Hellcat engine. So if you got a rollover Hellcat. Looks like we got one parked down there on the top end of the racetrack. Just making the corner now. No, if you got a total Hellcat that you just want to get rid of, just give me a call. I'll come tow it away for free because I'm that guy. That guy. Rob Martin's got a 10 reaction time. Still haven't given away a donut. I just want to give away. I want to give away. If we give away the first donut, then that'll be like the crack in the dam. Mike Williams goes 19 on the tree, which ain't terrible, and goes 740 at 92 miles an hour. Bomb Pop, Kyle Bomb Pop Fizz. Alrighty then. Please let's not have anything explode going down the racetrack. Tony Somas on the right side in the Monte Carlo. Looks like the old Earnhardt Special, doesn't it? All the thing needs a Budweiser decal on the side of it. 747, 91 miles an hour for Kyle. 967 for the V6. And we keep on keeping on. Steve Shoemaker in the Ford Ranger. That thing really got a 383 Chevy in it. Oh, come on. You were doing so good until that. Right up until that. Russ Lindsay goes 849 at 79 miles an hour. Steve Schumacher, 940, 78 miles an hour. You lose 1 full point on the kilometer for putting a small block Chevy in the Ranger. Sorry, but you do. Kirk Spangler on the left side, Chris Kimball in the right. 1970 Mach 1, neat car. Neat car. I don't know if they're just trying to fund me or what, but that's not a Camaro left line. I don't care how many times it says Camaro on my screen. Chris goes 831 at 82 miles an hour. Working his way through the 4-speed gearbox. 879, 76 miles an hour comes up for Kurt. I bring up Roger Murray. Driving a little S10. The Angry Bee over there on the right side. And they're off and running. Dun, 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 dun. 733 for Roger, 92 miles an hour, 772 for the Dodge at 88 miles an hour. 814 for my little hot rod. 83 miles an hour, just like that. We're switching gears. Going into Super Pro for the first time. It's a bird, it's a plane. It's Super Pro. Better than birds and planes. Ronnie Ward. Pick up over here on the left side. Team Misfit. Big block under the hood of the 64 C10 and Mark Barnhart over there. In the right side. The mono-strutted dragster. Love the graphics. Okay, I'm working on my three-man team here. I'm telling you, I'm going to win the team thing. And I'm not even going to tell anybody they got drafted. But I'm going to win the thing. .469, 147 miles an hour for Barnhart, 619 at 111 for the truck. We're going to have another long versus short wheelbase matchup here. This is very important. Look down there at Gabe Hernandez's car. Watch him when he's backing up. Do not focus on the rear wheels when he's backing up. He'll end up hypnotized. You know, you're getting very sleepy. You will cluck like a chicken. So we got Gabriel Hernandez on the left side. We got Hector Hernandez on the right side. Call me crazy, but I bet these guys have met. Gabe, who must be double dutying because that's not an S10. Hector, I'm pretty sure, driving the car he's supposed to be driving. .489, 142 miles an hour comes up for Gabe. Hector goes 621, 110. And here comes, is it Darius Armenta and Leroy Durham. Pretty sure it's Leroy. I like the Chevelle. That thing's sweet. 408 little stroker small block. Making it go. Ooh, both of them are double O. Almost gave away 2 donuts in one swing there. Almost. 7.999 for Leroy, 652. Comes up for the Chevelle, and that'll bring up the dragster, Elliot Franco. And Bill Bollock. Bill out of Goodyear, Arizona over there on the right side. Elliot rolls in here out of La Palma, California. Where's La Palma? California thing, you know. 511, 133 miles an hour comes up for Elliott. 590 for Bill at 118. Here comes Brian Thomas, part of the Team Misfit. And the road show over here on the left side, small block. In wide stance. The classic street roadster, and over on the right side is Dylan Moody out of El Paso. .471 for Dylan. 147 miles an hour crossing the stripe down there at the 660 mark. Brian Thomas was 617 at 110 mphs. Here comes Stan Hammond. Stan out of Artesia, New Mexico, and his Chevy Nova. And Luis Valenzuela Sr. in the Camaro 84 model. .556, 120 miles an hour for Luis. Stan goes 616 at 119. Both of them in the teens on the tree. I'm starting to think I might have bought too many donuts. You guys don't like donuts? I thought everybody liked donuts. That's why I got a lot of donuts. Thought I was going to give away a lot of donuts. So far, none, zero, nada. How about the Chevy Lumina here on the left side? That's got to be somebody's old comp eliminator car, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? DeAndre Fitzgerald on the right side out of Sacramento in the Boo. Down the stripe, it's going to be a 587 or 115 here on the left side. The right side, 654 at 106 miles an hour, the old American walk-in coolers side of the racetrack. Here comes the Ultimate Rush. Team Three Amigos. See, that's a perfect name for a team. Three Amigos. Perfect name for a three-man team. Except shouldn't it be Tres Amigos? I mean, I'm not trying to nitpick or anything, but like uno, dos, tres, isn't that, it shouldn't it be Tres? Rick Reinstra, Team Misfits over on the right side. I do like the three-man team concept. By the way, if you're not signed up for that yet, or you just want to get all the details are easy. Just get a three-man team and sign up. That's the details. And you do it right at the front of the staging lane. When you're pulling into the staging lanes, just before you go past where the cones are back there, you'll see the sign. It says sign up here. Kurt goes 006 green 523. Nick goes 006 red 689. Here comes Travis Ringuth in TNT machine. And Victor Blea out of Albuquerque.
My Android wasn't playing, so.
Take a little time to get in there and stage, and Victor still wasn't ready. 454, 153 miles an hour for Travis Vic. 556 at 124. Comes Dwayne Ringuth in the left side and Mitch Lippin in the right. Hey, just as a heads up, the T-shirt booth is open if you want to stop by and grab a souvenir for the weekend, or if you're just cold and want another layer, or if you need to prove to your ex-wife's lawyer that you really were at the racetrack and go get a T-shirt. Do you have any proof that you were at Tucson Dragway? Yeah, here, look, see. That was 8 kinds of weird. Ringley's car sounded like it didn't go on the enhancer, then it did, and then it left lazy, and then it went 485. Mitch Lippin, meanwhile, goes 555 at 118 miles an hour. And here comes the Pinto. You know, you don't see a whole lot of Pintos running around anymore. Carlos Lopez, 347 stroker, small block. What is that, about a 71 or 2, I'm thinking? Oh, 76, really? I thought 76 would have had the, like the rubber baby buggy bumper, you know, the 5 mile an hour bumper. Joe Cox over on the right side. Team Channel 4. 66 Plymouth Valiant. .006 on the reaction time for Joe. I can't believe nobody wants it in donuts. .692 at 98 miles an hour for Joe. Carlos goes 780 at 89 miles an hour. If I don't give away at least one donut by the time we get to the end of Super Pro, I'm just going to set them next door over at Race Control, and they will disappear. They will vanish into thin air, or into one of our not so thin officials. Comes Mike Skoll and Tony Piscata. Tony, the Camaro, over on the right side of the racetrack. Mike will burn a little diesel fuel good here, coming down from somewhere in Division 6. Oh, Mike goes 001. That's the closest to a donut that we've had so far. Tony goes red, 613, 112 miles an hour down at the finish line. But 001 for Mike. Makovica won last night. He won 32 cars. How's he going to get them all home? Won 32 cars. You're going to need like a big trailer. Jim Barry over there on the right side. Team Phantom. Go! I was trying to be helpful. Come on, Jim. Go, Jim. 5 flat, 138 for Luke. Here comes Jim. Jim is definitely not going to set low ET. 1271, 64 miles an hour. Oh, wait. Scam likely. Anybody want to talk to them? How about Ethan Gates in the front motor car? Well, I guess technical Sammy Franco's in a front motor car too, but all of the Camaros that are here this weekend are going to be front motor. Not all the dragsters will be. Gates leaves red. Sammy leaves. 008, 548. 125 for Sammy, 569 for Ethan. At 120 miles an hour. Schroeder left, Kim DeMarco right. Hey, remember, guys, we're like one practice hit and then dial them in and go. So if you're going to put together your three-man team, you need to get it done before round number 1. I was going to wait till the semifinals and put my team together, and they told me I couldn't do that. It's a narrow-minded attitude. Kim DeMarco, the 71. Gen 2 Camaro. Kim didn't have the right numbers in the box. Whoopsie. Bruce didn't either. But Bruce would have been, well, better because he was late green and Kim was way early. 5:04, 136 for Bruce, 7:46 for Kim. And now it's going to be Randy Smith, the dragster left side, and Jimmy Kelso. Kelso, the second generation Photog. 515, 135 comes up for Kelso. 012 letting go. 009 was Randy Smith. And he goes 535 at 127. Here comes Dylan Smith out of Buckeye. And Kurt Zinzaletta. The 69, meep, meep, part of the Three Amigos team. I got a question. If you're double entered, could you be on the team twice?
Yes.
You could pick me and me? So you could be 2/3 of your own team. I like it. Whoa, Dylan Smith with a perfect reaction time. Yay! All right, Dylan. Come get a donut or two. Dylan Smith with our first perfect light of the day. Zinzaletta goes red, then goes 595. But Dylan, second floor, door says announcer, come get a couple of donuts. Larry Cannon left side. The Tree Amigos. Now wait a minute, the Tree Amigo team has got like 6 people on it. Is that legal? Are you allowed substitutes? 613, 110 miles an hour for Cannon, 841 for AJ. At 79 miles an hour. Can you substitute? Like, you know, like again, we're, you know, in a fantasy football league. It's like, well, I'm not going to play my quarterback today. I want to substitute and put this guy in. Here comes Kenny Passerby. Out of Apache Junction. There's not a lot of guys in Arizona that have made more runs down Arizona racetracks than Kenny Passerby. I'm assuming that's Morgan Meyer. Just looking at the way the spaces are adjusted in the name. Ooh, 009 for Ken Passerby. He was almost a donut winner. 503, 137 miles an hour for Morgan. Ken goes 682 at 100 miles an hour. Dylan Smith, at your convenience, whenever you're feeling like a donut, you know, sometimes you feel like a donut. Uh-oh. Are we buying or selling? They're selling. Selling. Sure. Get cute kids to sell stuff.
Exactly.
Right.
For the Team Tucson Big Wheels.
Mark Dawson left side and Brad Akers right. You're doing 50-50 tickets for the Team Tucson Big Wheels. Okay. And
On a red golf cart wandering around.
wandering around on a red golf cart. If you see a couple of cute kids and an ugly dude that looks like he might have kidnapped them, flag them down
That would be hot. Is there a bucket piece on it?
Like a piece right there.
and pick up your tickets. How much are they?
A buck a piece, or you get 30 for 20 minutes.
All right, give me 30. Darsaw on the left side, Akers on the right side. Oh, 11 red, 526 for Brad Akers, 507, 134 for Mark Darsaw. Now, wait a minute. How come the cute kids don't get to down? I don't think you're lucky. I think you're.
I'm not lucky.
Exactly. That's why I want them.
For everybody.
That's why I want them to do it. Tony Marconi on the left side. El Bandito Yankee Tequila. Sasha Cerny over on the right side. So what do you got them for if you're doing all the work?
They're counting money.
Oh, they're counting the money? You're the one taking care of the money? That does make sense, actually. That does make sense. Sasha goes 508, 136 after red. Tony Marconi almost won donuts. 002 and then 6 flat. At 114 miles per hour. Awesome. When's the drawing?
Later this afternoon.
This afternoon? All right.
I don't know yet. When we get tired.
All right. If you want to get in on the 50-50 drawing for the Team Big Wheels, find the Hawks. Or look for them cruising around on the red golf cart. And remember, the more people that buy tickets, the bigger my jackpot is. So I want everybody to buy tickets.
We ain't sharing it.
So I will win a lot of money. A lot of money.
Thank you, guys.
Tim O'More on the left side. Joe Landavazzo in the right side. I'm just glad I finally got a donut winner. Dylan, whenever you're ready, come get your donut or two. 5004, 137 for Tim. Joe goes 542 at 124.
Spring loaded.
You're gonna put those in there so they catch on fire so I can't win? Is that what you're doing?
We have to do another drawing.
Calvin Locke on the left side. John Carvajalo in the right. 67 Camaro out of Modesto, California. You ready for motorcycles?
They're there. They've got to rerun a couple.
Oh. So we're not ready for motorcycles. Do not come to Lane's Motorcycles. Rory Har and Nolan Pastic up next. Nolan out of Miranda driving one of the Tom Bear cars. Nolan out here battling out in the rent-a-ride. Tom Bear, like not exactly breaking news, pretty good at this and not bad at teaching it either. Rory on the left side. I know you guys are trying to fool me, but that's not a Corvette. I know, because I'm smarter than the average bear. Whoa, Nolan, 004 on the reaction timer. Way to go, Nolan. 513, 135 miles an hour for Nolan. Rory Har goes 489, 141. Speaking of the average bear, here's my favorite animated bear question. Where is Winnie the Pooh from? Where does Winnie the Pooh call home? Mikey Galloway on the left side, David Pohl on the right. David driving in one of the Tom Bear machines. The AJPE MB Cabinets car. Anybody up here want to take a guess? You know where Winnie the Pooh is from? It's kind of in the name. Winnie the Pooh's Canadian. Winnie the Pooh is from Winnipeg. That's where the Winnie comes from. Winnie the Pooh is from, and Winnie was a real bear. Really. It was like a rescued cub or something. I'm not making it up. I got in an argument with Loans about it earlier in the year. Said, you know, you never see Yogi and Winnie in the same place at the same time. So I think they might be the same bear. And then it was explained to me that no, Winnie is actually from Canada. Live and learn. Mikey Galloway goes 6:14 at 111 miles an hour, 019. David goes 5:11. Bring up Brian Lopez here on the left side in that Gen 3. Camaro and Nathan DeMarco in the dragster over on the right side. Is that an LS?
If anybody grumbles about you putting those bikes to the front, just tell them they're reruns from their time run.
Nathan DeMarco, 536. Brian Lopez, 605. 007 on the tree for Nathan.
Just a fat finger issue.
All righty. A couple of motorcycles rolling back in. We had a
Keystroke problem. Keystroke.
we had a button pushing problem. I think everybody that's here probably is aware of this, but in case you're not, the motorcycles are allowed to split the tree. And in the first time trial run, we didn't have the tree split. So a couple of them got the wrong tree, and we're giving them their rerun right now. So, because you can't win donuts if you're expecting a full tree and you get a pro tree. You also can't win the gambler race in Vegas on Wednesday night between the employees if you're expecting a cross-talking pro tree or cross-talking full tree and you get a non-cross-talking pro tree. It's my lifelong vendetta against Blair started that night. Yeah, for Tom Patterson, that's a little closer to the neighborhood. Not exactly the neighborhood, but a little bit closer. 5,700 down the racetrack, 120 miles an hour. 748, 75 miles an hour here in the left lane. Looks like we had one more. Hey, let's get our junior youngsters headed this way, please. The under 12s. Juniors, come on down. Ah, you just thought you wanted a full tree. You just thought you wanted a full tree. Hey, remember, if you got friends at home or People that are stuck in the cold someplace. Like if you get friends that are in Anchorage, Alaska, where it's 4,000 feet below sea level right now, but track temp's going to be a problem. They can watch for free. I posted a link on my Twitter feed. Or you can just go to TucsonDragway.com. My Twitter feed, if you don't follow me, NHRA Reinhardt, NHRAREINHART. That'll bring up the Duster on the left side, Justin Bieber on the right side. Colorado-based Chevy 2. Oh, and a perfect light for Justin. Second donut winner of the day. So let's see, maybe you just have to have an N in your name. Dylan and Justin have both won donuts. Dylan Smith, at your convenience, come get your free donuts. And Dustin, same thing. So it's not my normal bag of donuts, but believe me, they're good donuts, and I got a good selection of donuts. So that'll bring up Matt Bong in the Mustang and Kristen Stevens in the dragster over on the right side. Well, we got us a really good field of Super Pro cars here. Really good field. Hey racers, if you're pitted way down here on the south end, like in a little lot kind of behind and just west of the tower, if you'd like to return back down the return road instead of returning through the pits, you're welcome to do so. You can drive down this way and go that way. And for our junior parents and anybody else who's going to be driving a tow vehicle, let's make sure we keep that lane open, please. Let's not block the whole road. Please and thank you. $4.95 for Kristen. As Ray Bong rolls up in the Mercury Comet. Oh, Robert's on Team Kid. Chevy 2 goes 577 at 117, 637 at 106 for Ray Bong. Billy McDaniel. See, I'm wondering now, was Hugger Orange, was that a factory color for a 1966 Chevy 2? I'm thinking it wasn't. I don't know that for certain, but I don't believe it was. It's a really good-looking car. How come it doesn't have a license plate on it? That car should have a license plate on it. Scott Hess, the Mighty Ducks. I mean, call me crazy, but isn't a duck what you don't want to be in a drag race? Or in the Rose Bowl, for that matter?
Too soon. 6 to 12 seconds.
I got to tell you, Ohio State looked like they could beat the Dallas Cowboys. But, you know, Canyon Del Oro looks like they could beat the Dallas Cowboys, so that might not be the best comparison. Scott Hess goes 008 488 at 14088. Man, that's like a lot of O's and a lot of 8s. Billy McDaniel goes 646 at 105 miles an hour. 12 and under juniors, come on down. 12 and under juniors. Your turn. Pat Marbach on the left side and George Lewis on the right. Lewis in the green machine out of Surprise, Arizona. Marbach in the red dragster. So you guys are trying to fool me again. That's not an S10. I know that's not an S10 because I know what an S10 looks like. And it's not that. Of course, red and green feels like Christmas. You remember. It's only 354 days till Christmas. start thinking. Pat Marbach goes 519 at 131. George Lewis goes 006, almost got into the Donut Club. So far, just Dylan and Justin have scored at donuts. No, well, nobody has claimed them yet. Is that really Brad? Okay, Brad. Team Channel 4. Driving one of the Hawk family hot rods. And Jerry Duffy. Wow, Jerry Duffy's still out here. Jerry Duffy's one of the... I bet there's less than 10 people that are here racing today that raced on the old Tucson Dragway. Jerry Duffy would definitely be one of them. Chuck Hawk would definitely be one of them. Not Brad. Brad wasn't even born yet. Brad Hawk goes 0042 soon. And then goes 494 at 138. Jerry Duffy goes 514 at 133. And speaking of Chuck Hawk, here he comes. Team Channel 4. So apparently the Hawk family is all like ganged up with each other. And Mike Jones over on the right side. Chuck was trying to get donuts and ended up 008. 495 for the truck. Mike Jones goes 534 to 130. Cindy Hawk did a smokeless burnout. So Brad, Chuck, and Cindy are a team, huh? They didn't want to be Team Hawk. They wanted to be Team Channel 4. Chris Silman over on the right side. The 240Z. When's the last time you saw a 240Z? No, that one doesn't count. Ooh, looks like we're getting down towards the end. I'm guessing that because I've seen that truck before. So our 1200 juniors should all be there by now. And I'm going to make a command decision to get the rest of the juniors coming if you're not already. All juniors, come on down. Chris Sullivan, 001. You almost got into the Donut Club. 591, 116, 483, 143 for Cindy. Beto Dominguez, a 240SX, really? Okay, that's cool. With an LS under the hood? Oh, that's even cooler. And the license plate? Okay, you got the you get like the 3-ring cool there. Ronnie Ward in the right side. One of the misfits. Normally when there's 2 cars on the starting line, that truck would be the coolest of the 2, but not compared to Beto. Sorry. 619, 110 miles an hour for Ronnie. 678.99 for Beto. We need to get our senior juniors headed this way, please. Get it, senior juniors? Here comes Orlando Sanchez Romero. Fox Body Ford here on the left side, Ken Rader on the right side. Small block dragster. What? You think? Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro for round number 1. Pro, round number 1. Come on down. And Pro If there's anybody that's here for the first time, or it's been a while since you've been to Tucson, this is a left side racetrack. Your dial must be clearly visible on the left side of your car. If you want to put it on the windshield, if you want to put it on the back, if you want to put it on the right, you can do all that if you want to. But if it's not on the left, your chances of winning are going to go way, 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 way down. Left side dial, please. Pro round 1, come on down. Orlando goes 614 at 109. Ken goes 542 at 126. Oh yeah, double entries first. You guys better know that. If you don't know that by now, then you're already in trouble. Here comes Keith Downing. The Buston Luce Jr. and Alessandro Ortiz in the Malibu. Alessandro goes red 8th thou, 576 at 119. Keith goes 727 at 103 miles an hour. That'll bring up the Firebird. That thing's nice. First gen Pontiac. The old school square snorkel scoop. I will forever have a soft spot in my heart for those things. I had a couple of those things on cars when I was a little younger. Mike Zimmerman in the dragster over on the right side. I got a question for you. Do all of your 50-50 tickets have the same number on them? I think I'm being scammed here. Mike Zimmerman goes 019, 491, 142. 702 for my mystery Firebird driver. My first perfect light driver, Dylan Smith, made his way up into the tower and getting his donuts. Hey, quick reminder, junior parents, let's make sure we keep a lane open, please, 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 please. Sorry, I didn't realize those things were childproof. Whoa, and another perfect light. Joe Kidd, come get some donuts.
Thank you.
677, 100 miles an hour. Joe Kidd wins donuts. Jeremy Jacobs goes 009, 577. So as Dylan Smith comes up and gets his donuts, Joe Kidd turns on the Trip Zip scoreboard and wins himself a bag of donuts. Zach Taylor now coming up in the left side. And the Landmark Iron Truck, I'm not sure if that's Jeff Conley or not. Somebody told me that he may have sold that thing. So Jeff Conley's the guy who at least used to drive that, both the Landmark teams. Kind of interesting. He's got his fast one in Super Pro, or his fast one in Pro, and his slow one in Super Pro. Speaking of Super Pro, round 1, double entries. Come on down. .006 Zach Taylor, he almost got himself a bag of donuts. It was 572 at 121. No, not a bag of donuts, a handful of donuts, a couple of donuts. I come and grab a donut. 580, 91 miles an hour. Ah, Pat Neal. Does that thing got a Ford motor in it too? Pat Neal in the Corvette over here on the left side that has obviously not been to the paint shop yet. And Luis Ortiz on the right side. That is the oddest looking 68 Plymouth I've ever seen.
First call is out, yes. Juniors and pro.
Both drivers off and running. 503, 137 for Lewis, 517 for Pat. At 147 miles an hour. All right, pro double entries. If you're not here, you should be headed this way. Let's get the rest of pro coming this way. And juniors, if you're not in the lanes, you're in the wrong place. Lenny Fife. Hey, put Lenny Fife on the list of guys that raced at the old Tucson Dragway. And as a matter of fact, in that car. Lenny's had that thing for a long time. 454 powered, 70 Camaro for Team Stars and Stripes. Mike Gardner over the right side. Now, we've got like 5 guys that are on Team Channel 4 News. Is that legal? Asking for a friend. Asking for a dozen friends. If you put 14 people on the team, 3 of you are going to win. 658, 105 miles an hour for Lenny. Mike goes 692 at 98 miles per hour. Brings up Wes Snodgrass. Was that 66 or 67? I'm going with 67. And Brian Fritz in the Roadster. Brian, who rolled down here from Mesa, AZ. Remember, the T-shirt shack is open if you need proof you were here. I've been watching a lot of Dateline lately. How do we know that you were really at Tucson Dragway? Did anybody see you? Well, yeah, everybody saw you. Plus I got a T-shirt. 605, 112 miles an hour comes up for Wes. 628 for Brian. At 115. Tina's Spirit over here on the left side. Rivera doing the driving, and Mark Lalonde. Team Shake and Bake. I'm not sure Shake and Bake is a great name for a race car. What do we got? Time trial burn down? .491, 138 miles an hour on the left side, 512 on the right. At a $133. Mark Barnhart left. And Mike McBrayer in the Corvette, the retired plumbing contractor. Barnhart. 468 at 147, 673 at 102 for McBrayer. McBrayer, who now lives in Goodyear, Arizona. You know where Goodyear, Arizona got its name? From the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. They founded the town to grow cotton when they used to make corded tires. The cotton that they grew in Goodyear was in tires like back in the 1930s. And it was their town. Uh-oh. Hector Hernandez left. Taylor Downing right. 002 and 007. I almost gave away a bunch of donuts there. $623.107 comes up for Hector. Taylor goes 625 at 109 miles per hour. Justin came up picking up his donuts, so we just got Joe Kidd now. As Hector rolls in the dragster, Dave Johnson out of Cave Creek. Man, he's been driving that Beretta a long time. I wonder if Dave Johnson ever raced at the old Tucson track. He might have. Been around long enough. I'm just not sure if he'd spend a whole lot of time coming down here back then. 485, 143 for Gabe. Dave Johnson goes 547 at 126. And that'll bring up Nick Downing, no matter what my screen says, and Sean Phipps. Sean is racing in motorcycle and in Super Pro. Hey, I like it. They said you could do basically any double entry you want to. We got enough Downings here. I wonder why there's not a team busting loose on that three-man team shootout. Take the cash, boys. Take the cash. Remember, it's not too late. You got to enter before round one, and you do that just as you're approaching the staging lanes. Look to the right. You'll see the sign. That'll be where you go for buybacks also if you're not fortunate enough to advance out of round number one. 534 for Nick after being red a hundo, 130 the speed, 645 at 107 for Sean. After being 002. Here comes Austin Downing. Fender de-answer car. Big Dodge for power behind his head, and Mark Jones.
Birthday.
Out of Vail. What?
Mark Jones' birthday today.
Today's Mark's birthday?
Yep.
So? He didn't give me anything for my birthday.
Congratulations for picking it in order.
He probably celebrates it in July. You know, most people have Christmas, New Year birthdays. Just, they move them 6 months, so they don't get lost in the shuffle. Happy birthday, Mark. I'd sing if you wanted, but I know you don't. .611, 88 miles an hour for Austin, a birthday boy, goes 639 and 106. Is that really Chris Forsyth? Wow, really? Really? The Southwest Showdown guy, that guy? Savannah Kid over on the right side. Savannah goes 020. We have a secret don't tell dad prize for Savannah if she gets a perfect light, but she was 020. Forsyth goes 24 and then goes 477 at 144 miles per hour. Eric Daniels left, and here comes Sarah Kidd in the right. Looks like this is going to be our final pair. I think we got juniors loaded in. And Pro ET, if you're not in the lanes, you're in the wrong place. Make sure your dial is clearly visible on the left. Pretty please. Eric Daniels goes 15 green, 641. Sarah goes 60, 678. Hey, again, while it's quiet, pro drivers, if you're back in the lanes, make sure your dial is visible on the left. If we cannot see it from the left side, we're going to put you in at 3.1416 because I like pi. But the dial must be visible on the left here at Tucson Dragway. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the annual Hangover Nationals. Kicking off the new year, 2025. Just remember, 25 years ago, everybody was scared to death the world was going to come to an end because a computer couldn't count to 2000. You believe that was 25 years ago? Isn't that ridiculous? Crazy, crazy, I tell you, crazy. But an absolutely perfect weekend here at Tucson Dragway. And it's going to be a fun one. Going to give away a couple of buckets of cash and got some wallies tomorrow. And it's going to be a great way to kick off the 2025 campaign. I'm getting out here and getting started early. Hey, remember, guys, we got to keep an open lane because we do have racers coming back down the return road. So let's make sure we keep an open lane so they can get back to where they need to be over there. Please and thank you.
That means you're in the back, bitch.
I hear juniors. The NHRA Summit Racing Junior Drag Racing League. In the history of the world, there's never been more money spent because one kid in New Jersey couldn't catch a baseball. That's where it all started. Dave Caldwell. Wow, Dave all the way from Novato, California? Pretty good hike down here as he gets set to roll up in the left side. Kathy Waters in the right side. Kathy working with Dan Day, Dad and Jack. .97, 72 miles an hour comes up on Kathy's side, the American Walk-In Coolers side of the racetrack. Caldwell goes 12-13 at 53 miles an hour. Looks like Colton Darby going to take a solo here. Colton just 10 years old. Has school not started again yet? So with Christmas and New Year's being on Wednesday, they got to go to the end of the week? Wow, we never got to do that. .902 for Colton Darby. 70 miles an hour is the next pair. Rolling on up. The Mach 1 machine. Bresky Kenman. Rolling in out of Chino, California, and Christian Pritigen. Over in the right side. .885, 73 miles an hour comes up for Presky. Kristen stops the timers 11:88 at 56 miles an hour. Weston Forsythe's over here on the left side. Future race promoter, and Aubrey Keller in the right.
Messenger just got shot.
Forsythe 923, 70 miles an hour. Aubrey Keller goes 893, 72 miles per. Blake Fulton left side, Mason Tuck in the right as we continue working our way through our 12 and under junior category. After this, we're going right into eliminations. Ooh, Blake Fultz, 021. That might be the best light of the round so far. Pretty good swing at the tree in one of the little cars. 889, 73 miles an hour for Blake, 876 for Mason Tuck. A little quick for 11 years old, 73 miles per. Comes Malachi Phillips out of Buckeye. And Alyssa Moody out of El Paso. It's going to be an 874, 77 miles an hour for Malachi. That's a little on the quick side for 10 years old. Alyssa Moody goes 8902. Nailed it. 74 MPHs. Ella Smith now rolls in left side. Coming up here from Gilbert, Arizona, and it's going to be Weston Moody. Team El Paso over there on the right side. Looks like our last pair of our 12 and under juniors. Going to go into the older ones here momentarily. .887 for Weston Moody. 73 miles an hour, 1231. For Ella at 52 miles per hour. Now we get into the kids a little older and speed limit a little quicker. It's going to be Brooklyn Fultz out of Chino, California, left side. Macy Coleman. Sponsored by Daddy's Money. Perfect. I mean, weren't we all at 14 years old? At least to some level. .786, 82 miles an hour comes up for Miss Macy. Brooklyn goes 794 at 82 MPHs. And now it's going to be Kenzie Jones from right here in Tucson. And Chloe Darby from right here in Vail. Kenzie going to be aging out here. next season. Mackenzie Jones with a 006 reaction time. Not quite donut worthy, but I do believe that's best in category. First 00 I recall, 792 at 84 miles an hour. 854 for Chloe. 76 MPHs. Brings up Maddie Crewbaugh out of Mesa. For Top Fuel Espresso, Momentum Brokers, and Mason Flagar out of the racing family up in Las Vegas. But Mason at 015. Pretty solid swing at the tree down here. 801, 81 miles per hour. Comes up for Mason. Matty goes 829 at 82 miles per. It's going to be Madeline Smith in the left side. The Air Force themed machine. And Jace Renal over in the right. Both drivers just a tick on the anxious side this end, 784. 83 miles an hour for Jace. Madeline goes 788 at 82 miles an hour. So both of them a little quick on the tree, a little quick on the 8-mile track as well. Running against that 790 speed limit. Looks like this is going to be our final junior, and then we're going to go into eliminations. It's going to be Gavin Pine out of La Mirada. Oh, maybe it's not our last junior. .024 791 for Gavin. That's numbers that'll work. Both ends of the racetrack. And apparently we do have one more rolling up here. Going to be Allison Bolle. This is Bracket Racing Junior. Back in Allison, FTI. Does FTI make a torque converter for a junior dragster? Well, if it was a clutch, it would be McLeod, wouldn't it? Allison hits the tree at 029, 778 at 84 miles an hour. Well, usually when I see one single car, that means we're at the end of the category, but apparently we got 47 singles out here before we get into eliminations. Cade Renault. Silver State Refrigeration. Is this actually the last one? Sarah Kidd rolling up here now. Yeah, that doesn't look like a junior, so this must be the last one. Oh, 52 on the bulb for Sarah.
Yeah, I noticed that was in the category for juniors.
785
Set up for the national anthem.
at 83 miles an hour. All righty, race fans, we're getting ready to go into eliminations. Our Pro ET bracket is lined up, ready to go. Looks like we got dial-ins on the left side of the car. That's a beautiful thing. Remember, if you are not fortunate enough to advance past round number one, there will be a buyback opportunity. If you saw where the sign was down there where you sign up for your three-man team, that's the same place you'll stop to re-enter if you're not fortunate enough to advance. We're going to do a quick little reset of the computer up here, and then Bruce is going to slide back in here and take you through round number one of Pro Bracket. Appreciate you letting me borrow your office for a little while.
Thank you, Ellen. What a great deal to have you up here. It's a pleasure for me, and I'm sure for all of you guys as well. So to have Ellen here, the hometown gentleman that comes out and visits with us once in a while. So we do appreciate you coming out and visiting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to go into our opening ceremonies for round one of Pro. So Pro ET. We should have all of our double entries. You should be up here first. So all of our Pro ET double entries, you should be at the head of staging, getting ready to go, and then all of the rest of the crew, or the rest of our Pro ETs, you should be back there getting ready to go as well. So again, this is first round eliminations, guys. So numbers on the window, and like Alan said earlier, please have it on the left-hand side or the very back window where the tower can read it. Want to make sure. And of course, when we do get into Super Pro, make sure that you have that N if you don't want. If you don't want crosstalk, make sure that you have the N, circled N, on there as well. So like I say, we are getting ready to go into our opening ceremony as soon as our crew gets up here. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, so we do want to welcome you all into Tucson Dragway, and thank you so much for being here for our Hangover Nationals. So, gentlemen and ladies, if you would please stand. Gentlemen, please remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Planet Fitness.
Oh, wonderful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here we go. Hangover Nationals Friday. This is day 2 of a 4-day event that we are getting ready to go. So we're getting ready to start up the cars as well as our computer. Everything looks good down here. So into Pro ET. So there's been a, and hey, there's quite a whole bunch of money going out throughout the whole weekend. So thanks to Bill Kidd and Kidd Family Racing that are putting on this event. A 4-day event for you here at Hangover Nationals. So if you haven't been here before, such a great event that happens all week long. So set you all up. Hopefully we got several cars out there. So again, if you are double entered, so which is something that Billy does quite often, let you go double entries, and then we'll have buybacks. I think Alan talked about the buybacks earlier, where the buyback trailer tent is. It's just as you enter staging off to that right-hand side there. So if you do happen to be runner-up in round 1, you can stop by and buy back. And I think it's like $40 for all categories to buy back in, get back in, and go racing one more round, or maybe the rest of the day. So again, if you do happen to be a runner-up in round 1, the buyback window is located just at the head of staging, right as you get, right before you get into staging. So it's right there. Stop in, talk to Bob or Fred, and they'll take care of you. Here's DeAndre Fitzgerald. So went many rounds yesterday in this wagon. What a cool looking wagon. He said that yesterday was his first time in this wagon. He's been running a different car for probably a year or so. Him and his dad just built this car. So they had it out yesterday and went all the way to the semifinals, coming out of Sacramento, California, up against Andy Kadar. Andy, well, first one that's going to have to go to the buyback window. A 21 red for Andy. So if he stops by the buyback window, gets back into it again, but a 21 red throws Andy out of round 1. So DeAndre with a 655 on a 57, so a couple under, but still looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. Here's Jack Anaya. Jack in a 1971 slammed to the pavement, white Vega here in the left-hand lane, up against Justin Terrell. Oh, Justin Terrell. I thought it was Joe Cox, so sorry about that. And anyway, I don't think that is not a 69 Chevelle, but I believe that's Joe Cox Valiant. So there might be a wrong number there. We'll have to check on that. I'm pretty sure that's Joe Cox Valiant. So with a 693 on the window. So it looks like, I'm pretty sure it's Joe. We'll take that win. Dials in 93, goes to double 9 at 90.79 miles an hour. And Jack and the Vega going to go to the buyback window. 15 on a 0. Here's Tyler Sally, again, young man that has done extremely well in this dart throughout his career, as well as junior dragsters. So he was a champion there, and he gets into this big car and it starts taking away wallies and money and everything in this 72 Dodge Dart. 318 cubic inches here in the left lane, 733 dial. Up against Tatum Marconi. Tatum in a 1966 Dodge Coronet. Well, there's GTXs. GTX was built on the Coronet platform, and Tatum's going to go into round number 2 out of surprise as time red by 6 thousandths of a second. So Tatum will take that win. Goes way up on the dial, but hey, looking at the win lights on their scoreboard. Here's Darwin Layford, another 73 Camaro, plain white wrapper, up against Chris Doctor. Chris in the 62 Bel Air, used to be the green machine, John Deere green, for Fleetwood for a long time, but now Doctor's taking it over. Comes out of Flagstaff here in the left lane, looking for a 6 1/4. Darwin with a 674. So a little bit of a difference here at the starting line. Also remember, we do have the CompuLink system where True Start is on. So worst red loses, but if you break out, you give it to him anyway. Chris goes under his 25 with a 23 at 109 miles an hour. Darwin will take. He was 3 up on the dial. Dial to 74, goes to 777 at 99 miles an hour. Here's Dave Dudley in the Chevelle, 1970 Chevelle, 454 cubic inches of big block Chevy in the American walk-in coolers right lane, up against Trevor Ward. Now Trevor driving TJ's car. We're going to call it TJ's car because he's the one that's been winning in the car. We're at Agua Prieta and down up in Firebird. See what Trevor can do for it here, and he'll take the win. Took the stripe by 21. Dudley goes under by about 4. Dial to 90, goes an 85 and a 9 to give the win over to Trevor. Well, don't have a whole lot of information for you on either driver, but 794 CX, the challenger here in the tower side, looking for a 732 up against Camaro in the right-hand lane. The Camaro looking for 648. Car numbers D731X. Start for the challenger. Camaro comes back round 2 as the challenger flips on a red light by 161. Here's Paul Coleman. Paul, left lane, out of Rio Rico, 67 Chevelle. Larry's engine and marine under the hood, 555 cubic inches. Left lane, right lane, Jimmy Southwick. Another one of those 89 S10s. It's got a stroker motor, 383 cubic inches. Comes out of Flagstaff looking for a 725. So of course he's going to get the lead first. Paul's going to have to chase it. Paul hasn't been in super, been pro a whole long time, but the car's gone a whole lot quicker. So he is an advanced ET now, and he'll take that win. Goes 6 up on it, dialed in 01, goes in 07, 111 miles an hour. Took the stripe by 62, and Jimmy goes 34 on a 25, but he left a whole bunch here at the starting line, 110 to a 74. Here's Frankie Leon. Frankie Leon works for Borderland Construction. So a lot of you out there traveling on Houghton, Borderland Construction did all of that, and Frankie was one of the supervisors that makes sure it's nice and smooth and wide, and took care of everybody for Borderland Construction. So Frankie Leon over there in that Chevy 2, the shoebox Chevy, 377 cubic inches, 708 is the dial for Frankie. Here in Brian Johnston. Brian in the 77 Corvette, and that's a big block as well. 468 cubic inches on a 629. So of course Frankie just a little bit, about that much, and goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. So Brian, he comes back for round 2, not having to go by the buyback window, but Frankie does. 104 miles an hour for Brian. Here's Joel Blakely in the 55 Chevy. 628 dial. American walk-in coolers right lane, left lane. It's kind of a neat looking Ranger, isn't it? You don't see many of them like that. Slam down to the pavement. Roll bars come through into the bed. Coming all the way from Lake Havasu City for Allie Strader, 2001 Ranger. Double green light start. Both of them get away clean and green. As Allie could not keep up with Joel. Joel goes dead on 1 after a 156 reaction time. Looks like Allie had a better light, 96 to a 156. But Joel will take the win at 109.24. Here's Mike Williams. Aren't these old Plymouths very, very neat? Comes out of Mesa for Mike. 1964 Plymouth Fury. What a neat looking ride these old Plymouths, old Dodges, old Mopars are. Looking for a 742 over there in that right-hand lane up against Jeffrey Edwards. Edwards in the Nova here in the left-hand lane. Looking for a 643, goes at 645. So 2 up on the dial. Takes the win at 105 miles an hour. Mike goes 46, so he was 4 up on the dial. Had almost identical reaction times. About 4 thou separates him at the starting line. But he picked it up at the big end and goes over by 2 and gets the win by 14. Here's Chloe Lippman. Chloe's in a 1990 Spitzer chassis, 540 cubic inches. Up against Tim O'More. O'More, talk about a consistent winner in both Pro and Super Pro. He runs the Camaro in Pro and he runs the Dragster in Super Pro. And a consistent winner in both championships. He won our first Wally when we came back to NHRA. Tim's looking for a 579. Chloe goes under by 3 and gives the win. Tim takes the stripe by 35 and gets the win. He was only up by 2. Dial to 79 goes an 81 at 115 miles an hour. Tim O'More with the win. Oh, that's pretty cool. Pair of Mavericks. A 72 on the right lane, a 75 in the left lane. Brandy's blue Maverick, and they've dialed up exactly the same. This is a heads-up race. Could be one right here at the starting line. Both of them at 743. Brandy left lane, Matt on the right lane. And Brandy squeezed the bulb just a little bit too hard and goes 5 thou red. Matt says thank you. I'll go 44 on a 43 at 90 miles an hour for the win. Here's that big carbureted Corvette of Monique Allen. 1977, 421 cubic inches right lane. 682 dial from Monique in the Corvette. Jimmy all the way from McNeil, Arizona. Way down south and east. 601 is the dial for Jimmy. 79, Chevy Nova. Now, it's kind of a neat paint job. If you haven't had a chance to get over and look at this paint job for Jimmy, it's all kinds of neat stuff all the way down the side, down the deck lid. Oh no, Jimmy, red light 14. Monique back for round 1. Two, duh. Arizona differential specialist, Henry and David Labaugh. Henry driving this 1970 Dodge Dart. It's 406, I believe it is, 406 cubic inches, a small block Mopar. Comes out of Litchfield Park with a 684 dial. Up against Kurt Reif. Kurt's driving the Camaro left lane. 665 is the dial for Kurt. Oh, and he goes at 669. Takes the win because Henry goes 9 thou under. 83 and a 1 on an 84. Kurt had a 008 reaction time, so Alan's still trying to give away donuts up here, but Kurt with a 008 almost got that perfect, but didn't quite get there. Here's Thad Card out of Cottonwood, 1979 Mustang, 708 dial left lane. 760W, the pickup truck, goes red by 11 and gives the win to Thad. So both Brandy and Thad going to come back around for round 2. Thad goes 95 miles an hour. Dialed in 08 goes at 14. Here's Jeremy Plyer. Got that good looking orange Nova, the Yanko clone, 72 Nova, 585 dial, out of Douglas with Bob Cohen in the Insidious C10 pickup truck. Truck is looking for a 698. Small block Chevy powered on both sides. I believe Jeremy is a small block as well, but we know Bob is a stroker. 383, 698 dial to Jeremy's 585. It is a double green line start. Huh. It looks like the truck laid over. It did not do, because it was only a 7.4 when Bob dialed in a 6.9, and normally that truck is right there with the sixes. So Jeremy takes that win. He was up on his dial. It looks like Bob was going to give him the stripe, but he took it and took the win. Dean Cummins, Larry Cannon. Cannon left, right. Nova, Chevelle left, Nova right. 594 for Cummins, 615, and a win for Larry Cannon. Cannon goes 16 on a 15 at 110 miles an hour. Here's Steve Valdez. We talked about Steve a little while ago, last time he was up. So you can, every once in a while, Steve comes up and gets to chat with us and handles the microphone. What a good deal that is for Steve. Also comes out of Douglas, and then 1971 Chevy Vega up against Rob Khalil. Rob wants a 665 in that big back windowed Barracuda. Steve wants a 662 wheels up launch. For Steve, it looks like Steve's in front. Is he going to stay there without? He does. Wow. Took a stripe by 14. Only goes one up on the dial. But Khalil goes under by 4 thousandths of a second. Dial to 65, goes to 64 and a 6 at 101 miles an hour. Valdez with the win. Here's the blue 2017 Z06 Corvette. 6.2 liter of Alan Walcott. Alan wants a 755. He's in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane against Benny Harris. Benny in a 67 Chevy Nova. 406 cubic inches, a small block. 666 on the window. But he's going to take that win. 676. Allen was closer, but he left a whole lot of here at the starting line. Dialed a 55, goes a 57, so he's only about 2 up. Well, actually 11 at 98 miles an hour, but left a whole bunch here at the starting line. So Benny Harris takes the win in the Nova. Here's Mr. Wolfmeyer in the long roof Vega. Old school. Marvin Wolfmeyer, left-hand lane, 705 dial. Up against Adriel Lopez. Lopez in the dragster. That's a 2014 chassis. 496 cubic inches. American Walk-In Coolers right lane, 542 dial. Both of them sneaking up on the beams. Marvin, looks like Marv's going to get in there first. Left-hand lane. He wants a 705 in that Vega wagon. Can he get there in time? I don't know. Adriel's pretty quick with a 542. So he's going to have to hold him off, look over his right shoulder, and see where that dragster. Oh, Adriel. Whether the trans brake didn't hold or what happened, don't know. But it looks like he rolled the beams, so. All right, looks like Mr. Wolfmeyer had a perfect donut. Mr. Allen's Reinhardt's donut 000 for Mr. Wolfmeyer. So, Marvin, you're going to have to come up and get you a couple of donuts out of the tray here. Oh, here's Mike Heath and Manny Lopez. Manny's an 81 Camaro. Little evolution in Camaros for you. 67 Camaro left, 81 Camaro right. 709 against a 648. The old one's going for the 648, the new one's going for the 709, and the 709 takes the win as Manny gets it on a breakout win. Heath goes under his 48 with a 44. So he's way down. Billy McDaniel. Kind of wishing we had a number or a name on, when we do. 66 Nova. Out of New Mexico here in the left-hand lane. Oh, AJ. 145 red. So Crater has picked up a whole bunch of wins, especially when he was running the association. So, but this time he's going to have to go to the buyback window to come back around for round number 2. Billy McDaniel in that good-looking Nova is going to take this win. Goes a 5-0 on a 47 at 105 miles an hour. Charlie Germain. Charlie Germain over there in that good-looking Nova. Gunmetal gray. Isn't that a sweet-looking ride? Of course, Mark Pelkey here in the left lane in his Monte Carlo. Gorgeous car there as well, and we do want to say a thanks out to Mark as he normally sponsors a couple of our junior dragsters, and he's going to get the win here as Germain goes red by 45. Hands the win over on a free time run. Goes out to Mark Pelkey. Pelkey just a couple up on his dial. Dial to 50, goes to 52 at 105. Well, let's see if Mike Graham's going to do it to me again today. Normally, when Mike Graham gets behind the wheel, those wheelie bars get a workout. He'll normally stick it up on the bumper, but yesterday it kind of just flattened out and went right down the middle of Broadway, so he did not stick it up on the bars. But normally, cameras at the ready over there in that right-hand lane. Gonna do it to me again. He won a 695. Lonnie Andazola wants a 666. Green wind lights comes on for Andazola as Graham goes under by 97 miles an hour. Andazola takes the win. A Mopar. And a blue oval. The Pinto against the Roadrunner. The Pentastar here in the left-hand lane. Now we had a little nitrous the other day, so we're looking at over in tech as Curtis was going through explaining where everything was run and how he ran it through the interior down below. It's all hidden and tucked away, but he does have nitrous on this 69 Roadrunner. Wants a 597. And use nitrous? We'll see. Doesn't sound like it, doesn't look like it. Lopez. Oh! So we're going to take just a couple of minutes here, so please. So Carlos doesn't look I see any movement or anything right there, but we'll let you know what goes on. But it's going to be just a few minutes while we take care. It looks like the door is open now, and Carlos is out of the car anyway, so we'll let you know what we know. But right at the moment, it's going to be just a few minutes while we run up there and have a quick look at it. So our safety crew is going to go up there and have a quick look at it. Hey, great opportunity for you to get over, if you have not been down to the novelty booth and picked you up about 4 or 5 of those T-shirts and sweatshirts and all that kind of good stuff. They're still down there selling them for you. So if you need, like Alan said, to prove that you were here at Tucson Dragway for the entire weekend, now you can tell them, whoever, that you were here all weekend long, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if you got one of those T-shirts on. So no worries. They're selling them over there at the T-shirt, or at the novelty booth. Also, once again, for all categories, if you do happen to be runner-up in round number 1, the buyback window is located just at the head of staging on the right-hand side. You'll see the A board. Fred and Bob are over there. They'll take care of that for you. All right, here we go. We're back after it again. There's Chris Citro. Once again, guys, if you know anybody that wants to get into our junior street or high school categories, this is the guy to go see. Go give a chat with Mr. Chris Citro. He'll give you all the rules and regulations and how to do it. Our Marana High School shop teacher here in the left-hand lane. Big block Ford powered 87 Mustang. 659 is the dial for Chris. Up against Ethan Heil. Ethan in Colette's uniform service, sponsored El Camino, duh. 67 Camaro. Coming out of El Mirage. You can't combine El Mirage and Camaro, they don't. 719 is the dial for Ethan. Chris wants a 659. Once again, any high school or junior street competitors, or if you would like to be one, Chris is normally pitted in about row A or so, down towards the west end. A double green light start, both of them get away clean and green. Better light goes over to the right, but a double breakout goes to Chris Citro. He'll take that win closer to the number. Ethan had a 28 light. Wow. To Chris's 107, which is unusual for Chris to be that tardy on the starting line, but Chris was only 1 thou under. He gave the stripe to Ethan. Ethan took about 93 too much and gives the win to Chris. Luis Valenzuela Sr., another one of our track category champions. A couple of years ago in the 84 Camaro of Valenzuela. 557 dial. American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. The blue oval against the bow tie. The bow tie is looking for that 557. The blue oval, good-looking Falcon. That's a 1964 Ford Falcon coming out of California. 660 on the window for Cliff Hall. All in that Falcon. Stay ahead of Luis? I don't know. That's pretty tough. That Camaro is hot coming around, and he can. Goes as 64, but a 006 reaction time for Cliff gives him the win as Luis left a bunch at the starting line. 104 to a 006. That Cliff was only 4 up on his dial. Luis was only 2 up, but he left about 10 at the starting line. Here's Regan Walcott, 2019 Z06 6.2 liter Corvette. Regan here in the left lane wants a 738. Little shoebox Nova right hand wants a 610 and gets a green win light as Regan red light by 5. The new shoebox goes 617 on a 10 at 109. Haney Brothers Repair Shop. Here's one of them, Richard Haney in the 1966 Mustang. Like we said earlier, now they've been doing a whole bunch of work on this Mustang as it looks a whole lot lower than it used to be. He's got it way down on the tires. Squats down low. Coming out of Rio Verde, Arizona for the Haney Brothers Repair Shop. 585 is the dial for Richard. Stewart's Camaro gets away. Looking for a 575. Wow. You had to have a 00 light to be in on this one. Richard had a 004. And it looks like Mike had a 008. So only 4 separates them at the starting line, but both of them in the 00s. Then Haney goes 87, took a stripe by 69. So he was about a 6-pack. Goes over to Haney and a win at 119. Here's Chuck Hawk Jr., Hawk Family Racing. Chuck Hawk Automotive. Chuck's in the Mustang right now, 363 cubic inches, right lane, 698 dial. Up against the shoebox Nova, that's a 64 Nova. This is about 447 cubic inches. looking for a 618. Comes all the way from Artesia, New Mexico. As they both get away with a green line start, green wind lines come on with the New Mexico runner. Gets around Chuck Hawk, and that's hard to do no matter what. Chuck goes 705 on a 698. Better Light by 3 went to Chuck, but the win goes to Stan. Oh, here's Victor Sandoval. Boy, you talk about a multi-time champion. Now he's picked up this Chevelle, and he's only ran it just last year and now the beginning of this year. So the Chevelle 67 Chevelle. It is a small block. Victor looking for 601 against Dave Hicks Camaro. Camaro looking for a 622. Oh, as they approach the 8th mile, Victor takes the stripe and the win. Goes in 05, so he's 4 up, actually about 38 up on his dial. Dialed in 01, goes in 05 with a 2 at 108 miles an hour. Dave, coming out of Goodyear, was about 10 up on his, but he left 2 at the starting line. Craig Sauerbaugh, that good-looking 96 Firebird, small block powered, up against the Dirty Bird of Kyle Fritz. 1989 Pontiac Firebird. Wow, it's a big block Chevy powered. Didn't realize Kyle was a big block. 632. 750 for Kyle, 7.0 for Craig. Wheels up launch for Craig. Better Light. We'll see which one has the green wind lights come on, and the Better Light takes it by 3. Kyle dialed to 50, goes 51, had 39 light to Craig's 63. A little 3 better there, and about 1 at the finish line at 88 miles an hour. Kyle Fritz with the win. Here's the Hound Dog. That's Howard DeVore in the Hound Dog Nova left lane. 681. Small block powered, 429 cubic inches for the Hound Dog. Over there in the right lane, that's Aaron McCammon in his good-looking El Camino. The water coming down like the waves now. Like I say, Aaron used to drive this out here. He just lives over in Vail, but he's going to have to go drive it to the buyback window this time. As they left 3 at the starting line. Howard goes 84 on an 81, so 3 up on the dial, but he had 3 in the bank. Took the stripe by 14 and gets a win at 96 miles an hour. Here's Carlos Ortiz. So against Marcos Ocampo, the Blue Oval Bullet. What's the Bullet going to do this time? 68 Mustang out of Glendale. 657 is what Marcos wants. Carlos, he's looking for a 629. So pretty close to a heads-up race for you. Just a couple of 3 separates them here at the starting line. See what happens at the big end. Now, Carlos. Carlos driving the Monte Carlo. So I know it says Nova on the screen, but it's a Monte and it's a win as Marcos could not do it. Wow, he was a 76 on a 57, so 2 way up. So Carlos takes that win. 29 goes dead on 0 at a 132 reaction time. So good job. That was hard for Marcos to get around. Coming up next to you, Chris Stout in his Vega against Andy Kimball. Andy all the way from Henderson, Nevada in that good-looking fastback 72 Mustang. Mustang to the right-hand lane. 701. Chris, he wants a 731. Somebody's out there burping the throttle. We'll find out. Oh, Chris goes under by 9 thou. Gives the win over to Andy. Not sure who was burping the throttle, but Andy was up by 7. Had 003 at the starting line, so he had about 300 in the bank. Here's Luis Ortiz. Now, I understand Luis is running like 6 cars today. He's got that good-looking gray Corvette in Super Pro. He's got his own Valiant right now. That is a, and every once in a while he'll run the Malibu. So hard to say how many cars he can go from one to the next. The Valiant, though, it is Chevrolet powered as well. So they had a little trouble at the end of last year, and the motor didn't keep all its parts inside, so they had to put a no motor in the Valiant, but it is still a small block Chevy. Here in the left lane, that's Jessica Robinson. Jessica 832 is the dial in her Malibu. So can Luis get there in time? See if that better light hangs on, we'll find out. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Could we have Junior Street and High School? Junior Street and High School to lane 2. Attention in the pits, motorcycles, motorcycles. Could we have you in lanes 1 and 2? Now, of course, double entries first for all categories. Attention to pits, attention to pits, sportsmen. Sportsmen, all double entered sportsmen. This is your call as well. So Junior Street and High School, lane 2. Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. And sportsmen, lanes... attention to pits, attention to pits. Motorcycles, we're going to put you in lane 1 only. And Junior Street and High School, you are in lane 2. Now, once again, this is double entries for all 3 categories. Junior Street and High School, lane 2. Motorcycles, lane 1. And sportsmen, lanes 3 and 4. So once again, we all are calling double entries for Junior Street and High School, lane 2. Double entries motorcycle, lanes 1. Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. So double entries first, and then we'll get to the rest of you shortly. Looks like John Amstute's going to take that win away from Buddy Jensen's Mopar. Here's Ken Gorman. And the good-looking AMC, isn't that, or AMX, isn't that sweet? Got an AMC motor under the hood even for Jeff Lee. Nice. Now, not too long ago, Jeff almost turned that AMX over as it went that far up on the bumper, and he's going to get the win here as Ken breaks out, goes 74 on a 78 at 101 miles an hour. Tony Marconi. 1976 Plymouth Arrow Roadster up against Heath Hawthorne. Heath is in that Shoebox Nova. That's a 1963 Shoebox Nova, 383 cubic inches. 695 is the dial for Heath. Tony wants a 601. I think Mac McCallum was building these cars at one time, and Tony picked this one up from Mac. Mac can build one for both himself and his spousal unit. He's going to go into round number 2 here as Tony goes 17 green and then dead on 8. So 25 pack at 114 for Tony Marconi in the win. comes all the way down. Looking for a 702. And gets the win, goes dead on 2, 24 pack. Over to Rob Strong, takes it away from left-hand lane. Boy, ladies and gentlemen, this what a neat ride this car is. So we've seen this car a couple of times, and we're not sure whether it's Pro Mod, Top Sportsman, but a lot of the folks are saying Top Sportsman on this car. Good looking ride, 7155 car number, up against the Honda Civic here in the left lane. Don't stand a chance for sure, I don't believe. So 4824 car number, the little Honda here on the tower side. 585 is the dial for the Honda, left lane. The car number 7155, 410 is the dial in our American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Rolled in, pre-stage, stage, light comes down. Outstanding, goes at 426 on a 410 dial at 146 miles an hour. It looks like the little Civic is not going to make the trip. Well, maybe. I'm not sure, something didn't break or did not. Apparently, they're back out after it again. So Joe Kidd, Adam Morana, Team Joe Kidd in the Outlaw. Against Tim DeBrocke. Tim in the right-hand lane, the Arizona. Used to be the president. I don't know if Tim still is or not, but he was the Arizona Drag Racing Association, 40 years in the making. President of the ADRA. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior street and high school combo should be in the lanes, lane 2. Motorcycle should be in the lanes, lane 1. And sportsman, you should be in the lanes, lanes 3 and 4. We're calling all 3 categories, both double entries and single entries. So all categories, all double entries and single entries. Junior street and high school, lane 2. Motorcycle, lane 1. And sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Here's John Schur, another one of the ADRA runners, as a vice president for quite some time. Mr. Magoo 2 specializes in Mopar transmissions. Wow, took the stripe, took a little bit too much of it. Goes 75 and a 1, 9 thou under his 76. Better Light went to Wes Snodgrass in his Nova, and so does the Wind. Goes 610 on a 607. Just a slight tap of the brakes out there for Wes. Gets the win at 110. Here's Eric Daniels and the birthday boy. Congratulations, Mark. Happy birthday. Mark Johns, 1966. I don't believe that's a 66 Mustang. He has a Mustang Fastback, but the computer says 66 now. It's my 70s. Comes out of Vail. 351 cubic inches of Windsor power. Eric Daniels. Oh, Eric will get the win as Mark goes under by 1/1000th of a second. So a breakout win goes to Eric Daniels in the Vega at 102 miles an hour. Okay, here is one of our double entries. Here's Trevor in the Camaro, left lane, 692 dial, up against So right at the moment, Kid Family Racing. But Trevor Ward's going to take that win. I think Trevor has won both the double entries and the single entries, so going to be racing himself here in the finals. There's Ken Passerby in the Vega. And Benjamin Marquez. Benjamin Marquez in the Hellcat. Win goes to Ken Passerby. Like, that's unusual. Ken, whether he's in the Nova or in the Vega, it's a win. Goes 689 on 83 at 91 miles an hour. Final call going out for Junior Street and High School. You should be in lane 2. We're running your category right now. Motorcycle, your final call. You should be in lane 1. And Sportsman, your final call. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. Of course, double entries first. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, double enters. Super Pro, double entries. Your first call to lanes 7 and 8. All right, looks like we are into our Junior Street category. Haley Bopp on the tower side in her Corvette. She was your champion last year in this category. And she's not going to go this first round as she goes under. Takes a stride by too much and goes under. Her 62 with a 59. Wow. Here's Nathan Rinstra in the pickup. Now, we saw Dad earlier in the Vega. So, but here's Nathan Rinstra in a 2014 F-150 pickup truck. Looking for a 1025 in that Junior Street category. Coming out of Litchfield Park. That's Madeline Smith. Madeline wants a 1010 and she gets a 1015 at 66 miles an hour for the win. Here's Allison Bollay. Now, Allison's another one of our junior dragster champions. She's over there in the right-hand lane with a 1210 dial. And car number 705H. And again, we do have the true start on. So best red light takes the win. That would be Allison. She has a 16 to the left lane's 58. So Allison Bolle gets the win at 63 miles an hour. All right, here we go. Jumping categories coming into the motorcycle. And boy, talk about some neat guys. Art Ekstrom out of El Mirage on a Suzuki 2006 Suzuki here in the left lane. Up against Dan Schneider. Dan, like Alan said earlier, comes all the way down from Erie, Colorado. So probably been running up there at Bandemers for quite some time. And Bandemers is kind of like no longer for the time being. They'll get back around. Yeah, and it looks like Schneider's going to take that one away on the Harley. 1,300 cc's at 106 miles an hour. Here's Justin Willison. Justin, one of the most recent winners up at Firebird before they are repaving the entire thing. Justin took away a Wally up there on this bike, but got to race father-in-law, Tom Patterson. Patterson looking for a 571. And Justin wants a 582. David Oler here on the tower side, and Pat Marbach. We normally see Pat either in the Cougar or the Roadster or the Dragster, but today and yesterday Pat showed up on this motorcycle. It's a 2013 Harley. David Oler, I believe Oler was your 2 years ago. Wow. Come on, David, you really got to go to get there in time. And he does. Wow. Pat took the stripe and took way too much of it. It looks like because David was way behind at the starting line, 286 to Pat's 58. But then Pat goes 995, way under his 10-0 dial. Took a stripe by 30. And David will get the win. Okay, Glenn Welchko. So I get to visit with Glenn probably every Wednesday at one of the clubs in town. 1,690 cc's for Glenn. 939 is the dial. Sean Phipps on his Suzuki 2006 Suzuki. comes out of Mesa looking for a 6:45. Come on, Glenn. Get up in there, and could not do it. Couldn't get around Sean. Had a better light, 31 to a 45, and then goes 50 on a 39. So Sean takes the win, goes 48, only 3 up on the dial. Took the stride by 65 and the win at 102. Here's Marley Willison. Marley on a 92, a ZX 1100. Left-hand lane, 6-0 dial up against Jim Burris Jr. Jim's on a Kawasaki. So again, the Burris family racing, boy, I tell you, what the many championships that they've taken away in category. Now, Jake in his car, the orange 55, he's won championships. And then, of course, Uncle Dan's Tri-5. Jake and Jim Jr. all have taken championships in category motorcycle. So Jim Jr. this time wants a 575. Marley looking for a 6-0. As they roll into the beams, and Marley RPMs come up. So Marley gets away better and did not have a thing on the. Bill here in the left-hand lane on his Kawasaki. The 553 goes red by 33. Wow, has to bring the bike back in the middle as he drifts out towards the fence at about the 400-foot mark, and Dan Schneider will take the win on a free time run as he's looking at the win lights on his scoreboard as Bill goes red by 33 right at the hit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go once again. Travis Tripp on the skateboard. 250 cc's of motorcycle power. Now, last pass, I believe he went about 59 miles an hour, but yesterday he was as quick as 79 miles an hour. He wants to break 100 through the quarter mile. So one of the only ones this entire weekend that is going a quarter mile. Again, everybody else is eighth mile, but Travis wants a quarter mile, and he says, I'm out to break the record. So he wants to go 100 miles an hour on his skateboard. So if you're anywhere near and you would like to see a skateboard go 100 miles an hour down the drag strip, we might have that for you. Again, comes all the way from Aspen, Colorado, and like Alan said earlier, it might be a little tough to do skateboard. You might do a snowboard in Aspen. But in Aspen, like I say, you probably do a snowboard, but probably not a skateboard, not unless you plow the streets. So Travis going to get away. And it does sound like he's powering up a little bit quicker this time. So as he comes through that 330, it's 620. Oh. And through, goes 76 miles an hour through the 8th mile. Ooh, 87.94, so 88 miles an hour. Getting closer and closer on a 14.6. So he's getting closer and closer to the 100-mile-an-hour mark. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is my pleasure. Mr. Alan Reinhardt's going to sit back in here and give you the correct commentary on our sportsman category.
Isn't that the same Pinto?
Because the one that crashed was 1933, the car number.
You telling me we got 2 Pintos racing here this weekend? I don't believe there's been 2 Pintos in the same place since, well, Holmes Tuttle had a sale on them in 1977. And by the way, they still have one left. No, nobody wanted the green one. All right, well, 955 at 77 miles an hour. And now we'll send a match 2 at a time. Steve Shoemaker on the left side and Andy Kadar on the right. Kadar with that street legal license plated 65 Tempest. That thing is sweet. Shoemaker with a Chevy powered Ford Ranger. As we roll them on in here. Handicap bet starts, second half. I can do that math. It's a full Christmas tree. Watch. Click, click, click. There you go. One full Christmas tree. By the way, how many people still have Christmas lights up? Come on, it's January 3rd already. 8:12 for Kadar. Had that one in the bag. Had the reaction advantage, ran 12. Shoemaker couldn't get there and still ran too quick. Ran a tenth too quick and was still a half a tenth behind. Hard to overcome those reaction times to start with a 2. Christine Fife coming up now. In the Chevy pickup. 454 under the hood of that street-driven machine, and Brad Peterson on the right side in his Mustang, which also has a license plate on it. Race cars with license plates are cooler than race cars without license plates. It's just a simple fact of life. I like when things are simple. Well, I'm not very bright, so the simpler things are, the better. Otherwise, I end up staring at stuff and hypnotizing myself. Like when Princess Leia and whatever did the rap battle. Just tried to go with the Force. You remember? You didn't see that? No. You can look it up if you want to. Anyway, both away on the green. This one's going to be all Christine. Had the reaction advantage. Gets there. 931 on the 930. Brad Peterson missed a tree and then missed a dial by 400s. Went down there and tried to get behind. Well, the good news is he got behind. The bad news is, at least for him, Christine was on the safe side. Blaine Meisner now. Mustang on the left side, Melissa Citro on the right. Couple of cars from the same generation. Same basic body style. Okay, one's a hatchback and one's a trunk. Pretty close to the same performance. As a matter of fact, the difference in dial is only going to be 200ths of a second. It's about what it takes to blink your eyes. You know, more or less. Unless you accidentally spray brake clean in them, then you're going to blink them a whole lot faster than that. When the brake clean like bounces back at you, you blink a whole lot quicker than that. This one was all Melissa all the time. If you were watching the starting line, she was supposed to leave second. She left first by a sizable margin. Put her in charge down there in a 781. Holds on and takes care of business. Blaine was well back of the dial after missing the tree. Kurt Spangler and Roger Murray coming at you now. And away they go. Spangler out there in the Dodge Dart. He is way out in front. He's going to take the stripe and take the win. 880 at 77 miles an hour. Getting there in front by a train length, but, you know, trusting your dial and easing back to stay safe. 741 for Roger Murray. But that wasn't going to make it happen. Remember, if you are not fortunate enough to advance out of this round, but you still want to race, you do have a buyback opportunity. Bring $500 cash to the tower. Or you can go see the buyback guy, and I think he'll do it for less than that. Was it 40 bucks, 50 bucks, 9 million bucks, something like that? Off and running. Tony's going to get the automatic win here. The Chevelle goes red. Leaving 6 on too soon. 980 on the 978 for Tony, 72 miles an hour. 819 for the Chevelle. So missed the tree on the red side, missed the dial by a sizable margin. Driving down the old 660. Here comes Michael Gesick. A 1963 Chevy 2 with side pipe. When's the last time you saw side pipes? I mean, it's been a while. When's the last time a car came with side pipes? Viper? Is there anything since then that came with side pipes? Rob Martin over on the right side. 74 model Nova. That thing's got a street, or it got a license plate on it. A couple of Novas separated by 10 years and 2 generations. They're in, they're set. Nobody's getting in the Reaction Time Hall of Fame, but it's kind of like bowling. You don't have to beat the house, you just have to beat the guy in the other lane. And they both did a terrible job, but Rob's going to get the win. How about a 498 reaction time left first? And then got there first by train length. Robert followed him across a train length behind, and he broke out too. But in the I can give it away better than you can, Rob Martin's going to get the win. I'm telling you, nobody wanted to win that. Nobody. Nobody. Here comes the bomb pop. Formula Firebird out of Cottonwood here on the left side. 1970 Dart. Remember the swinger package? You could get the Dodge Dart swinger. Am I the only one who remembers that? Marco gets a handicap head start. He's out there, he's out there, he's out there, and he's too far out there. He was not going to win that race. Kyle Fritz had the better reaction time, ran one above the dial, and Marco had two choices. He could get there first and break out, or he could get there second and lose. He did not have a choice that allowed him to win the race. Two choices, neither one would win. Kind of like when your girlfriend's mad at you. You know, you can take 2 or 3 different approaches, but you're going to lose no matter what. But honey,
I didn't put out that final for Super Pro.
What's that?
Final for Super Pro. I didn't put it out. Everybody, all Super Pros show up.
Is Super Pro there? I'm looking at this. I'm looking back there. Super Pro's there. If you're Super Pro, if you're not there, you're in the wrong place.
Should all be there.
Haley Bopp in the left side, Ginger Vaughn in the right. The 392 Angry Bee Challenger.
So we gave
Going to give the Corvette a head start.
Marley and Jimbo the option back in the second round.
There's a head start. And Ginger, did Ginger back out? Or did Ginger not stage? I don't believe Ginger got in staged. Sitting in pre-stage. And Haley Bopp drove away for the win. Ginger just never got staged. And Haley, even though she left a little bit on the early side, she was staged, so she's going to get the automatic win. As Bruce has been telling you, and I think everybody in the pits understands, true start is in effect, but if you don't stage, you don't stage.
And this is not a chase. Chase is a race.
This is not what?
Chase is a race. The Street Outlaws. Chase is a race.
Mike Williams and Mark Clayton. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Street Outlaws TV program.
Mike Williams in the Plymouth. Mark Clayton in the right side. How about that Ford Coupe? Has that really got a Dodge in it? Really? And the top end of the racetrack is clear now. So here we go. And Mark Clayton jumps the gun. 3.5 on too soon. Red light right side, win light left side. Wow, Mike was dialed way soft, 740. At 92 miles an hour for the Dodge. Clayton goes 817 at 83 miles an hour. And let's get in a time machine. Let's go back to the 1960s. It was a simpler time. Gas was cheap. Cars had a lot of power. You could work on them. The El Camino, Joe Guron's got a 327 under the hood. Double Trouble Dan over there on the right side. I believe that Falcon's got a 5-liter in it. Pretty sure. Newer generation 302. So the 5.3 on one side, the 5.0 on the other side. The win light. Wow, Dan didn't get there. I was watching the reaction timer thinking this one was over. As Dan had about an hour and a half in his back pocket. But he could not get there. Joe Guron holds on by 9 thousandths of a second, wins it. A 196 reaction time for the win. I mean, we did have a 498 for the win, so it's not like... Here's Brian Newberg. Left side, the 77 Camaro. Gerald Schultz on the right side. So we got a Gen 2 left, we got a Gen 3 right. We got a handicap head start, now then at 3 tenths. Once again, to both drivers keeping the burn down going after the tree came down, which generally speaking is not a great philosophy, but it worked out for Gerald Schultz. 854 on the 850. Newberg goes 894 on the 880. Neither driver going to make the Dean's list on reaction time, but again, somebody's got to win. Jason Beitman. And a little blue deuce. Chevy 2, Russ Lindsay on the right side. I know you're thinking. You're thinking that's a Nova. No, it's not. Thanks for playing the Olds Omega. Pontiac called it a Ventura. Olds called it an Omega. Chevy called it a Nova. I call it the gold car. Wow, Jason sat on the bulb at this end and paid for it at that end. Russ Lindsay goes 844 on the 830 and wins it handily. Beitman had a reaction time started with a 4. As a general rule, that's not a good sign, but as we have seen, sometimes here comes Denise Heath and her 75 model Camaro. Chris Kimball on the right side. Mustang Mach 1. Kimball pounding his way through the 4-speed, got her in high gear now and cannot send Denise back. And how about Denise 011 on the tree? Way to go, Denise. Chris Kimball goes 796 on the 808. He got there first by a long ways. Had a little bit of room. I mean, a little bit of room to try to sneak in. Couldn't make it happen.
Pro going into the water.
And sounds like Pro Bracket is rolling in next. Well, it sounds like pro, but it looks like super pro. Elliot Franco. I was just looking down at the valve cover. Elliot's valve cover says John 316. I'm thinking he's lucky I'm not operating a computer. I might have thought that was the dial. And you'd about need a top fuel car to run 316. John Carvalho. Camaro over on the right side, rolling in out of Modesto, California. And dialed in at 650, so not quite a full Christmas tree head start, but pretty darn close. PDC, pretty darn close. Remember, if you advance, yay! If you don't advance, we will give you another chance. For a small fee, we will give you another chance. 6:51 for the win, 107 miles an hour. Better reaction time goes to Elliott, but couldn't get there. John holds on by 0.06 of a second to pick up a win. 51 on a 50. Elliott goes 17 on a 14, and that just left the door open a little bit too much. Just a little too much. Hector Hernandez Jr. rolling in now in the Mustang out of Hermosillo. Waiting for Dylan Moody to back up after the burnout. Need to put a little glass in the window over here in the left lane. Thank you. See, he was listening to me. I knew he was listening. He was just waiting for me to tell him. That's a great car. It's even got a license plate on it. It says 429. Now I'm really curious. 429 like big block? Or 429 like the Cleveland Head Stroker small block? Or 429 like 3-4 cylinders welded together? No, it's probably not that. Probably not that. Dylan Moody over on the right side. I know what that is. That's a big block. The mono-strutted rear engine dragster out of El Paso. Looking at the numbers down on the scoreboard, pretty sizable handicap coming at you right here. About a tree worth. You can count if you want. It's going to be a Mississippi and a half. Well, that was weird. I don't want to get too technical or anything, but, huh. Lights turned green, cars took off. Nothing happened after that. I mean, something happened after that, but not with our timing system. So, again, I don't want to get too technical, but, huh. You know how Mom said you'd have days like that? Well, that was one of those days. We're going to run a quick little diagnostic up here. Please stand by. Just taking a quick little double check of everything down there. Something kind of odd with that last pair of cars is they left the starting line and the computer didn't recognize that, so. Well, once again, I'm trying not to get too technical, but, huh. Okay, I think we got it squared away. It was Bruce's fault. As a general rule, you can always blame it on the other announcer.
You said my name wrong. I didn't. I wasn't talking. He was talking. Curtis for having night. One way to get him to come talk to you. Say something wrong about the
All right. Scott Hess decided to warm the tires up one more time. Mark Barnhart's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Handicap head start's going to be a slight one going to the right side. We got an Arizona car on the right side, New Mexico on the left. by 0.07 of a second, turns it red, then dead on 8, just in case that didn't feel bad enough. Barnhart runs dead 3, so both of them had the right number on the dial board. Mark, however, had a green light on the Christmas tree. And here comes Gabriel Hernandez. I told you before, do not stare at the back tires when he's backing up from the burnout. You'll feel like a strange force is taking over. George Lewis over there on the right side in the Chevelle 64 model green machine. He says he's going to run 5.55. He's going to hit the handicap head start and drag to be on the check. Lewis with a solid reaction time at 22, and then Gabe Hernandez cut that in half at 0.11, but he couldn't get there. 007 at the stripe, George Lewis for the win, 5.58. 123.4 miles an hour, 494 for Hernandez at 132 mphs. And here comes Rodney Ward, one of the team misfits. That's the pickup. That's a great truck. Luis Valenzuela. Now this is Dad. This is Senior over there on the right side in the 84 model Camaro. Valenzuela, he's trying. No, wah, wah, wah. Wow, 5,600. Dialed 599 and ran 5,600. Missed the tree badly. Rodney Ward, 056, 24 under 20. He was not leaving Lewis any room to get in no matter what he did, but talk about holding. He's holding 4/10. I've heard about holding 3 or 4, or maybe 5. Here comes Chuck Hawk. Team Channel 4. I thought you were only allowed 3, but anyway, Ken Rader over on the right side. Small block dragster. Dragster's locked down at 542. Chuck. He goes 15 too soon. Mr. Hawk, please report to the buyback window. 499 on the 498. That part was okay. The 15 early part wasn't so good. Ken Rader goes 544 at 126 miles an hour. All he had to do was turn it green, and he did. I'm going to bring up DeAndre Fitzgerald in the boo. Malibu wagons have become really, really popular. In stock. Occasionally in super stock, and hey, they're plentiful, they're affordable. You drop a small block in them, they'll work just fine, and you got room in the back to throw, like whatever, your floor jack, your ice chest, your extra kids, whatever you got laying around. Lou Ortiz over there in the right side, driving the Corvette. That thing's stupid fast. 504 the dial. A sizable head start, better than a Christmas tree going to the boo. And then Team Battleship Gray. Not going to get there. How about it? 661. At 97 miles an hour, 528 for Ortiz. He dialed to 504. He was well back at the dial. And to tell you the truth, the Corvette almost sounded like it left in high gear to me. It sounded, was I making that up? This didn't sound like the motor was screaming up like it should have the first 150 feet or so. Fitzgerald goes 661. Call that a winner. Call that Tim O'More. The Tree Amigos. I was saying 3 earlier, but it's actually Tree. Alessandro Ortiz over on the right side. .577 to dial on the right side, 501 in the left. Bulb and a half. And just a little change. Just a little. Just a smidge. You won't be able to tell the difference. It'll look exactly like a bulb and a half. Exactly like a bulb and a half. Exactly like a bulb and a half. Click, bang, and winner. 502 on the 501. 13 on the tree, one above for Tim O'More. Wow. Ortiz had a 27 light. O'More was 28 total. That's not leaving a guy a lot of wiggle room. Here, you have 1,000th of a second to work with. Good luck to you. Tatarmenta in the Chevelle. That thing's really, really nice. Jim Barry over on the right side. The New Mexico runner in the copper-colored big block dragster, 521. Prediction for Barry, 651. That's 1.3, right? Well, carry the 6. Divided by 4. Unfortunately for Barry, that's 003. He's 003 too soon, then both of them run too quick, but once the red light came on, didn't really matter. .646 for the win, 105 miles an hour. That'll bring up Bill Bullock. 67 Camaro over here on the left side. That thing is like stealth matte black. So W is trucking and excavating? Well, there you go. Need it dug out? He can do that. You need it hauled off? He can do that too. Nolan Pasick on the right side. Driving the first call machine out of the Tom Bear rental fleet. Wow. Bill Bollock drops donuts on the starting line and runs dead one when Nolan had a 1:38 reaction time and ran 2:10 slow. Bill, you might want to save that one pack for when you need it. Talk about trusting your dial. That is seriously trusting your dial. Bill Bollock, at your convenience, you got donuts coming. And you might want to buy a lotto ticket. I'm telling you. You might want to buy a lotto ticket. Trip, zip, dead one when the other guy had a 1:38 reaction time. Now, I think Nolan just had the wrong numbers in the box. It's about as simple as that. Okay, wait, we're going to take a quick poll. How many of you guys think Jim Hughes needs a donut? Wait, I'm not seeing any hands. David Bull over Bull gets away on a green. Can he run down Kidd? Joe Kidd had a perfect light earlier. He's 022 this time, then runs 679. That's a winner. 535 for David. Bull was all right on the tree at 026, but a 535 down the racetrack. Jim, if you want a donut, you can have a donut. If you want a donut, you can have a donut. It's not about need. You have a lot of things you didn't need. You have a lot of things you didn't need. It's not about need. Here comes Brad Hawk in the left side. Nick Ernst in the right. Wow, they're both out 692. I'm guessing that's not right. Call me crazy. They're really both out 692? Wow. The dragster, trust me on this, will go a whole lot quicker than 692, but they went over and checked with him, and Brad said, no, that's good, I'm 692. Apparently he decided he wanted to run Nick in the heads up. I have no idea what that was all about. Nick Renster just won donuts. He goes trip zip perfect, 698. Brad goes 556. Until he pulled up and said 692. The starter went over and talked to him, and apparently he said, yeah, that's what I want, but I really don't think so. So Nick, come get a couple of donuts for your perfect light. And that was just weird. Kurt Zinzaletta now. The Roadrunner, one of the Tree Amigos. Tree Amigos. Mike McBrayer on the right side. McBrayer off and running at Corvette. He's trying to hold on, he's trying to hold on, he's trying to hold on, and guess what? He's holding on. 673 on the 672. Had reaction time, runs one above the dial. That's the winner. Zinzanetta goes too quick and still couldn't get there. Trying to overcome a little bit of a late light. Crazy, 083, like locked out, forget about it. Can't win the race. And earlier we had a 498. Carry on. Still trying to figure out the trip zip dead one. When your opponent's 138. All right, let's see what kind of wackiness we got coming at you now. Leroy Durham. The black drag shirt on the left side, Mitch Lippin in the right side. One out of Sun City and one out of Cave Creek. They're not very far apart, right? I think these guys could have found someplace closer to race. Well, they probably could have, but it wouldn't have been near. 002 for Leroy Durham, but he couldn't get there. 1,000th of a second short at the stripe. Mitch Lippin holds on, goes 51 on a 50. I'm telling you, 022 light for the win. Leroy goes 002 and then heads for the buyback window. 002 coming up 1,000 short. Painful. Eric Daniels in the Vega. A.J. Crater in the Mustang. What is that, the Psycho Parasitic? The Parasitic Psycho? Yeah, well, you know, once you're Psycho, does it really matter? Does it really matter? The Vega goes red. 11 thousandths of a second. The red light's on. The Vega's gone. Oh, look, the Psycho's coming back. Sounds like my dating life just out of high school. Look, the Psycho's back. A.J. Crater goes 845 on the 845. Well, that wasn't Psycho. That was dead on. That was perfect. That was way to go. Here's Travis Ringuth in the left side. Division 6 player out of the TNT machine from up in the Great Northwest. And Jimmy Kelso trying to defend his home turf. You're in my house now. Say what? Colorado? No. Colorado's Division 5. Division 6 is like Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Alaska. Remember, it takes out put this in the what's a guy got to do file. 001 reaction time for both. And then Ringuth runs dead 6 and leaves Kelso that much window. Kelso goes 001, taking 100th. Oh, nice try. Nice try. That would have won like all but 3 races in this round. Travis, however, threw 7 total at him. 001 taking 100th. Take 6 thou and you win. Take 10 thou. You go to the buyback window. Here comes Dwayne Ringuth. Wow, out of Alberta. That's Division 6. That's Canada. And the Mustang over on the right side that is double entered. There's a few of these machines that are double entered, and I think we only have one number in. So when they come up like for their first entry, it's like, oh, hey, that's Fred. When they come up for their second entry, it's like, oh, hey, that's you know, what's his name? The invisible guy. One taking a hunt to go home. Crazy. Womp, 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 womp. Dwayne Ringuth. Wow. The Mustang needed one more womp. Got there first by 16. Thou broke out by 9 of them. after being 016, which ain't bad, but it wasn't enough. Dwayne goes 005, one above. And again, left a little bitty, itty bitty, little bitty window. Comes Mike Scholl. Another one of the TNT machines from up in D6. And Brad Akers out of Benson, which is like, well, get on the interstate and go that way for a little bit. Mike out of the TNT trailer division. But I want a truck. Sorry, can't help you. I'm the trailer guy. I have to go talk to the truck guy. What else could it be? Truck, trailer, train? Double breakout. Wind light's going to come on for Mike. Brad, 27 on a 29. That's 2 too quick. Mike was 45 on a 46. That's 1 too quick, or 4 thou if you want to get right down to it. Both go too quick. Mike's closer. Mike's your winner. But remember, you are welcome to try again. All you have to do, stop at the buyback window and be free. It's kind of like going to, it's kind of like, if you're Catholic, it's kind of like, you know, going to confession. Please forgive me. 2 Hail Marys and $40. Okay. Rob Hall on the left. Team Kid. Team, wow. Wow. Team 5-pack, 002 dead 3 for Hall. I don't know what he needs the rest of the kids for. He could win the team thing all by himself. Kurt goes 21 on a 24, never had a chance. 019 and locked out. Rob Hall puts together a 5-pack. A 5-pack is usually what you get when you send me to the store for a 6-pack. By the time I get back, you know, I'm gonna take my fee. Yeah, I'll just have one of these. Well, here comes Cindy Hawk. Let's see here. Let's see. I mean, there's somebody in the Hawk family must have some kind of driving ability today. Chuck went red. Brad went like 3 seconds too quick. Mike Jones over on the right side. Mike is predicting a 534. Cindy's predicting a 482. Ready? Wow! Remember when I said Mike was 534 and Cindy was 482? You were expecting Mike to leave first, weren't you? Yeah, so was I. Mike had a reaction time started with a 1. Cindy went down there and broke out, going 481 on the 482. Not a good round for the Hawk family. Wow. So a 102 light and a 540 on a 532 for the win. Woohoo! Remember what Jimmy Kelson did? Kidding me. Jacob Taylor just goes home. Or at least to the buyback window. Turns it red with the duster. 006 Brian Fritz, 631. See? 006 dead 9. When your opponent goes red. Save those runs for when you need them. This has been like a ludicrous round 1. I wonder if there's some kind of like a double or nothing buyback thing going on. Maybe all the buybackers are going to pitch an extra 100 in the pot and see who goes farther in the buyback round. That's the only thing that makes any sense. No, even that doesn't make sense. Keith Downing on the left side, Joe Cox on the right. Joe Cox for Team Channel 4 News. Couple of Plymouths. How about Downing doing it with a throttle stop? As a general rule, you don't bracket race with a throttle stop, and Keith is doing it. 010 731. There you go, dead on. Joe Cox goes 025 dead 6. Oh, that's cute. 025 dead 6 for the loss. After, wow. Apparently the key to victory here is to not do it right. Well, I mean, unless you're Keith Downing. He put up 13 total. Ethan Gates now on the left side, the front engine dragster. Mike Zimmerman on the right. The rear engine dragster, no matter what my screen says. I think that's Mike. It says Zim on the cockpit, so. Mike Zimmerman goes 017-501. Call that a winner. Ethan's scoreboard says 516, but something wacky. Zimmerman had him locked out anyway at 017. Here comes Kenny Passerby. In the Vega and Mark Lalonde. Team Shake and Bake. Didn't Lalonde used to own the Arizona Bug Company? He still does? But doesn't have the name on the side of the car anymore? That's why I thought maybe he didn't own it anymore. That's going to be a win light for Mark Lalonde. Kenny Passerby had the bulb. Got there first by 18 thou, broke out by 9 of them. Lalonde got there second, and he only broke out by 3 thou. Put him 006 on the good side of things. Sasha Cerny on the left side, Bruce Schroeder in the right. They are dialed darn near heads up. Schroeder's going to get the win, 507, 135 the speed. Sasha had a reaction time, started with a 1, couldn't make it happen. 085, taking 300s for the win. I'll bring up Randy Smith on the left side. Christian Stevens on the right side. A couple of big block rear engine dragsters, 535 the dial on the left, 495 in the right. Air down. There's your winner, Randy Smith. 005 light, 537. Ooh, Christian Stevens got there first by 9 thousandths of a second, broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. Take 005 for the win, took 009 for a trip to the buyback window. Bring up Dylan Smith. Dylan was a winner earlier in the day. Jeremy Jacobs. The 62 Plymouth. Jacobs. Out there first, Jeremy Jacobs. He's going to hold on. How about it? 580 on a 579. 95 on a 92 for Dylan Smith. 3 thou apart in reaction time, and Jeremy was able to hold on by 17. Taking the stripe and taking the win. I thought Bruce was going crazy with my donuts here, but apparently he's got it all under control. So we had 2 donut winners come up at the same time. I get it. All right. All right. Now it's starting to make sense. Okay. John McDaniel left and Dan Slade in the right. A Lumina. I'd love to know. I really am curious what the lineage is of that new Lumina. If it was like a comp eliminator car, I better post that car back in. I get to ask him. How about that? John Mitchell goes trip, zip, perfect. John, come get your donuts, and then you can tell me about your car. He's going to get the win light as well. Running 87 on an 89, 28 on a 38 for Dan. Wow, Dan Slade's under by a 10th. So John McDaniel. Now when he comes up to get donuts, I can ask him about the car. I'm really curious if it's really got a 500-inch Dodge in it. Mike Gardner and the Falcon over there on the right side. I think his guy alongside trying to get him to move over about 3 feet. Going, go that way, go that way, go that way. We'll see if it works out. Zach Taylor in the dragster over here on the left side. The Hughes Performance logo on the side. Gardner's out there, Gardner's out there, Gardner's out there, and Gardner's no longer out there. 74 and 73, that's a winner, 117. Zach Taylor by 7 thousandths of a second. Gardner runs over the dial by 1 as well. Wow, Zach Taylor had 3 thou in reaction advantage, ran 4 thou closer to his number for a true margin of 7 thousandths of a second. Mike Gardner did a nice job. And he's going home, or at least going to the buyback window. I still think Jimmy Kelsey's done the best job for the loss. I'm telling you, it's like bowling. Sometimes you run 279 and the other guy kicks your teeth in. Sometimes you run 143 and it's like, oh, look, we won by 20. Stan Hammond on the left side, Sam Franco on the right. They are off and away. Sammy Franco gets donuts. 5:52 on the 5:52 with trips out. Stan Howard goes 008 dead 6. Oh, that was cute. Nice try. Thanks for coming. Sammy Franco. Hey, listen up, juniors. Come on down, juniors. We're going to start with the youngster juniors, 12-year-old and under juniors. To the lanes, please. Juniors, 12 and under, head this way. Brian Thomas on the left side, Jerry Duffy on the right. Ooh, the Mighty Ducks against the Misfits. Nobody's team Bad News Bears. That would have been a great name for a team. Identical reaction times. And on the double breakout, you better get there second. That's what Jerry Duffy did. 14 on the 15 for the win, 18 on the 21 for Brian Thomas, and that was under by more. Juniors, 12 and under, come on down. Brian Lopez and Vic Plea. Got John McDaniel, got Sean Franco, got donuts coming. Please come get your donuts at your convenience. How about this? Brian Lopez is 005 to be locked out. Vic is 002 dead 3. Brian's 005 taking 11. Nope. Had to be dead 0 for the tie. I'm telling you, this has been like the craziest round one. Craziest. Well, here comes one of the Downings in the Bill Luke mobile, and Chris Silman in the 240Z mobile. Downing gets the win because Chris was red 4,000. Wow, red 4,000 and then dead on 8. Calvin Lott goes 0-11-537. It's crazy. It is crazy. Here comes Austin Downing in the dragster with the big Dodge behind his head, and Joe Landavazzo in the dragster with the big Chevy behind his head. Landavazzo goes 3 on too soon. And then 4th out too quick, but the 3 on too soon is what really did him in. Austin goes 477, so Austin will join Nick in the next round for free. If Landavazzo wants to race the next round, he's going to have to swing by the old buyback office. A couple of Hail Marys and $40 and you're right back in. Is that Justin Beaver on the right side? I think it is. He won donuts earlier in the day. Rory Harr. Is that Rory? If it is, he's double dutying. Because I am an automotive expert. That's not a Corvette. Take my word for it. It's just me, or do you look at all those internet stories that go, you know, I'm a mechanic, don't buy one of these. Well, why? Because one guy said so? Ouch. Rory had the wrong numbers in the box, and Justin went red 6th out. Justin had, well, almost a guaranteed win if he just turns it green, and he didn't. And then runs dead on 7. Pat Marbach now. Is that Pat? We got, everybody's got like, you know, three different cars and the same number on all of them. Oh, look, 1 car, 2 car, red car, blue car. Is that really Marbach? I mean, it says he's from North Dakota and he's got Division 7 numbers, so now I'm really confused. Morgan Nyer over on the right side. At least I think that's Morgan. I don't know. It's hard to tell them apart from here when they got helmets on. .507 for the win for Morgan, 136 of speed. 18 on a 19. Wow, Pat got there first by 400s, broke out by 2 thou. Reaction was a 6 thou coin flip. Morgan runs 507 on the 503. Pat had room. Couldn't sneak in. Here comes Nacho Rivera in the dragster. And over on the right side, that's Jeff Conley's pickup, the Landmark Iron car, or truck. How about the fact that Conley's Pro machine is quicker than his Super Pro? I mean, I know some people think I'm nuts, and most of them are probably right, but wouldn't you think that if you have one that's a pro and one that's a Super Pro, you'd run the quick one in the quick category and the other one in the, no? Okay. How do you bracket race a pro mod? Well, I don't know, for Conley so far so good. Remember, that's what Cinderella said at 11:59. So far so good. 1 minute later, missing a shoe, had a pumpkin and a bunch of mice. Reminds me of prom night. Well, a long time ago. Nacho goes 494 for the easy win. Conley dialed 5.5, ran 5.0. Oops. Now, see, that's what kids don't know how the good they have. We didn't used to have Uber. We used to have to call, you know, a pumpkin and mice to get home. Larry Cannon left, Sarah Kidd right. This is going to go Cannon's way. Dialed a 17, had an 014, ran a 19. That's like a lot of teens. Now Savannah is 17, but she dialed an 80, ran a 78. Got there first by 2,800 and broke out by 18. Didn't have a whole lot of room. Not a whole lot of room. West Snodgrass now. Chevy 2 here on the left side. Rob Strong in the right. The 68 Firebird with a 454 Chevrolet. Juniors, let's get all of you coming now. 12-year-olds ought to be in there, and let's get the rest of you. Juniors, come on down. Rob Strong wins at 704 at 98 miles an hour. West Snodgrass goes 004 red. And then runs dead on. But the 004 red is the part that hurts. The dead on was okay. The 004 red is the part that hurts. Comes Billy McDaniel, the Hugger Orange Chevy 2. And Tony Marconi. 4 D's and a chick. That's the team. Well, isn't that 5? Just saying. Of course, that is the team tequila machine for El Bandito Yankee. You know the old story, right? 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila. Floor. I can always tell when I've had enough El Bandito when I try to wipe something off my face and it's carpet. It's nice when it's carpet, though, because when it's tile, it hurts more when you land. 008 leaving second was Billy McDaniel. Getting there first by 002, that's going to be a winner. 651 on the 50. Marconi had a 002 light and then runs 2 back of the dial at 604. See, Marconi did everything right and got his teeth kicked in. You got to do everything wrong if you want to win. You know, be late, take a mile, put the wrong numbers in the box, do all that. That's how you win. I didn't know that until today. Mikey Galloway in the Chevy 2, Taylor Bowling. Taylor out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, really? Wow. Thanks for making the trip. Greenbrier, Tennessee. Both drivers